4D printing? I don't know how to do 4D printing. Hello, James White. Howdy, rain gutters. We're entering the monsoon season here, the rainy part of the year. So it's time to figure out some rain gutters. At least a little bit, at least for the two carports. Because, that's a 500 square foot carport. And it covers also like 30 square foot of roof, 40 square foot of roof. I'm like 30. That's 80 square foot or 800 square foot there. And then I got 400 square foot carport in the back, plus the piece of roof that leads to that. So that's like 700 square foot. So that's like 1,300 square foot I could start collecting rainwater from. Hmm. Although I got another idea for making drinking water. You might be able to use tap water and then use a solar still to distill the water to make usable drinking water. I hadn't thought about that before because that eliminates the energy cost issue. It'd be passive, I could basically set up the equivalent of a toilet, with the the mechanism inside that keeps the toilet bowl full. I could put that kind of a mechanism in a solar still so that it will exactly, we get crap tons of sun. And theoretically I could start off small, start off with a tiny one and then add to it as I'm able to afford materials. Usually you can get windows pretty cheap, so getting pieces of glass shouldn't be that hard. That's an interesting idea too. I mean, obviously rainwater would be the best since all I have to do is run it through a filter, and I have two Berkey style filters, that I got when I was in Vine. So I got 2 of those Berkey style stainless steel filters, so filtering the water is not a problem. I could probably make the filter part of the still and part of the rainwater collection. Although it probably doesn't work fast enough for rainwater collection. I think rain gutter is usually 4 inches. And there's probably a reason for that. Yeah, 4-inch. Although, I didn't realize they were quite that cheap. Excuse me. This is such a screwed up part of Google. I look at it, I try to open this, and it pops up this little stupid window that actually keeps me from clicking on the link. Like, I can't click on the link because of this pop-up that won't let me click on the fucking link. How messed up is that? I actually didn't realize. I'm going to do it anyway because I got the plastic. It's, so it's basically free for me. But I didn't realize gutters were that cheap. Oh my gosh, they cost nothing. They cost nothing. Well, I can handle the installation. I'm just screwing them into a uh carport. Wow, it's $5 for 10 feet. So literally $20 gets me enough to do what I need to do. Actually, at that price, putting gutters on the house is dirt cheap. Wow. I'm not even worried about water filtration. I can handle the filtration later. Water doesn't go bad as long as you keep things from growing in it. So I have, probably 500 gallons of storage capacity, which is a lot for the amount of rain we get. Um, so what I need to do is just start collecting it. Period. Just start collecting it. I can worry about everything else later. Well, this changes. Yeah, I have 2 Berkey style stainless steel water filters. I have 2 of them, so filtration won't be a problem. Wow. It might not be worth printing them at all. I mean, $5.28. They only have 3 of them, but at $5.28, the electricity to print them would cost more than buying them. Yeah, but I don't have the money. The price quotes I've been getting have been, $1,000, $1,200. And that's mostly the labor. But I can literally just screw these right into the side of the house. The only difficult part would be um the the carports, since the carports have an overhang. So I'd have to design a mount to push the gutter out away from the overhang. Oh man. I can handle the joining. I'm not worried about that. I can see I can 3D print all the accessories that go with the gutter. So here, see. So like here's a set of end caps. Like this I can easily 3D print. So I'm not worried about that. I just got to model it and I could 3D print that without a problem. And then once I modeled this, modeling a joiner to join two pieces together is easy enough. Downspouts, again, we don't get the kind of rain that most people get, so I don't need high flow. What I need is just, all I have to do is 3D print a threaded, socket to go into the end of the gutter and hook a hose to that and run that into one of my containers. Wow, I did not realize it was that cheap, but here we go. See, 3D printing this would be stupidly easy. See, 3D printing this at this price doesn't make sense. This whole stream was going to be 3D printing gutters. um, but at this price point, it doesn't make sense to 3D print a gutter. Because of the quoted price that I got, I thought they were going to be expensive. I will never fill the storage vessel, so I'm not worried about that. We get 12 inches of rain a year. I will never fill the storage vessel. I don't have enough roof area. I don't have anywhere near enough roof area to fill the storage vessel faster than I can run it through a filter. So, let's see. I did not realize I can go to Home Depot and buy these things for $5 for 50 cents a foot. That's insane. Wow. Hey, Stanley. Yeah, I could just see all the little stuff like joiners, end caps, downspouts. Those are all little pieces. So I'll just 3D print those. I mean, I have the plastic, so it'll only cost me electricity. It won't cost me materials. But this the electricity might cost me more than the buying it would. Although not to drive into town, that would cost a lot. But then again, um, Racks might have gutters. If Racks charges like $6 or $7 for this, it'd be worth it to save the $20 in gas going into town. Although the electric car might make it to Home Depot and back. Maybe. Let's check that out. Okay, that's not what I expected to find. How about just rain gutter? Oh, RV rain gutter. Okay. Well, I did not realize it was that cheap. Gutter itself, yes. There's no practical way to ship gutter. Well, these are only $1 a piece. Wow. I was going to eliminate the need for hangers by using oversized 3D print. So I was going to make a real beefy, U bracket that would screw into the building, and then the gutter would just click into place. But at $1 a piece. Well, plus you got the issue of wind. A gutter on the carport, no big deal. It's going to be screwed into metal. But a gutter along the whole length of the house, that's a lot of surface area. Wind becomes an issue. No, I'd be using ASA and ABS, which are UV resistant. And plus, you paint them. Plus, the bracket would be under the gutter. Hey, Pygar. So I'm not worried about UV. Not only would they be UV resistant, but they would be under the gutter. Even PLA is not the UV issue people think it is. I had a UV, it's just simple cheap, Chinese gold PLA plastic print that I made on my first 3D printer. Actually, my MakerBot Mini, the the car EV mount that I made, that was out in the sun for like 6 years. And I mean, the color faded, but that's it. The part was still structurally fine. But at $57 for 50 of them, I mean, I'd be better off buying the 100. But what does Home Depot have? How much you want to bet they have them too? I would even rather go with the galvanized. I would just rather go with the galvanized um for 1098. It would last forever. I could just do it in white if I wanted to. Yeah, baked on white enamel. I did not realize it was so freaking cheap. I mean, for $45, I can go and buy the 4 pieces that I need to get started. Jesus. I just did not realize it was that cheap. It looks like the hangers might be a lot cheaper on Amazon. Excuse me. Go away. Pest. Yeah, I bet. I would love to have one piece. One piece gutters. I mean, that'd be wonderful, but that's money I can't afford. So let's bookmark this. Put it under household. My biggest problem is that I can't reach the roof of the house. That's going to be my biggest issue. Oh, that's just the gutter guard, which we don't need here because there's no trees taller than the house except in the back corner. I did not realize it was that cheap. Boy, that changes everything, doesn't it? The cost of the brackets might necessitate going with 5-inch instead of 4-inch. Because it looks like the 5-inch brackets, for whatever reason, are substantially cheaper than the 4-inch brackets. I wonder why. I guess 4-inch is just not common. Do they have 5-inch galvanized? Ooh, aluminum is expensive. We were going to design and 3D print gutters, and I just found out gutters are dirt freaking cheap. Wow, 5-inch costs 50% more. Ouch. I wonder why. Why does the Yeah, but the looks like the it's weird. The plastic gutters default to 5-inch, the metal gutters default to 4-inch, but the cheapest hangers are 5-inch. If you look at gutter hangers, they're all 5 and 6 inch. 5-inch, 6-inch, 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 5-inch, 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 5-inch. And this is searching for 4-inch. 4-inch seems to be rare. And you don't get that nice, you don't get this nice design. This nice, simple, affordable design. So I'm probably better off going with the plastic gutters. so that I can get the 5-inch, and therefore I can get the cheap 5-inch hangers. See, when I search for gutter, the cheap gutters are 5-inch, white vinyl. And the galvanized is only 1098, but it's only 4-inch. If you go to 5-inch, it's 50% more price. I see 4-inch is 1098. Huh. And if you want the fancy round gutter, it's $50. Aluminum is ludicrously expensive. So at that point, I'm better off paying the 528 for the Why wouldn't vinyl last? Too much snow. That's my only concern is snow. The the snow we get here and the high winds cause me to desire metal gutters. I'm definitely not paying the premium for aluminum gutters. Holy crap. But I would definitely pay the 1098 for the um, I would definitely be willing to pay the 1098 for the galvanized, which should last forever. But why can't I find these gutter hangers in 4-inch? They got 6-inch, they got 5-inch, but they don't have 4-inch, which is really weird. I'm checking down the list. I never actually went down, so I'm looking down the list. It says they're aluminum. I find that hard to believe. Aluminum is expensive. No suggestions. Wait a minute, here's something. Yeah. Let's just. Excuse me. Do as I say. What the fuck? Did you see it keep adding the 4 back in? Like, what the hell? No options. See, these look nice. And it also looks like these would actually grip the gutters. So I'm worried about the wind tearing them off. See, this is what I was thinking about making. I was thinking about designing a clip like this that I could 3D print. So you would 3D print this and then insert the gutter into it. Because this would actually hold on to the gutter instead of just hanging. Because this I can, obviously I can 3D print this very easily. And I can, with a 1.4 millimeter nozzle, it would be beefy enough to do whatever I needed to do. Just, if you need stronger, just install more of them. If you install one of these every 12 inches, that sucker ain't going anywhere. And this is just made of vinyl. Because wind is a concern. A 50-foot length of gutter is gonna have a lot of wind force placed on it. See, they got 5, 6, and 7 inch, no 4 inch. Why no 4 inch? That is so weird. At least it seems weird to me. So 4 inch is non-standard. Okay. Hi, baby. Say hi to the critters, huh? Say hi to the critters. Come here. Come here. Yeah. He's such a good boy. Yeah, he's a good boy. I finally clipped his claws yesterday. How you doing, baby? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm. You guys haven't seen him in a while. Look how big he's got. He's full grown now. He's such a handsome cat. Yes, he is. All right. Come on. Rawr. Okay. Okay, so let's see if there's any um gutter gutter drawing. Here we go. Boy, talk about a shitty picture. Okay, there is a little lip there. So that probably is the shape. Here we go. 4" by 3". So the 127 by 98 is about right. I should be able to grab this. Let's see. Gutter. Alrighty. Image. Let's go. Why can't I change it? Mode. We're going to go grayscale. Yep. Crank up the contrast until we are nice and black. Then crop. Save. Then we go to JPEG to SVG. Hey, Woozius. JPEG to SVG. Choose file. Gutter. Convert to SVG. Give me the SVG. And then we come into Tinkercad and we import the SVG. think I would rather have the galvanized gutter. I just think that would last longer and be more durable. Why is this taking so long? It's a small file. Ah, look at the name of the Tinkercad file. Powerful Hango. We're making a hanger for gutters. Hey, Matt. There it is. Wow, that came out nice. That's a little weird. I might want to clean that up a bit. So we're going to be 127 by 98. So that's approximately what we need. We can test print and scale, of course. How would I want to mess with this? This is easy to mess with. This is easy to mess with. This is the only part that's hard to mess with. No. First, I need structure. I need to. This is the basic shape, so the gutter will fit inside of this. But now I need to expand this because being made out of plastic, that won't be strong enough. So I need to add beef to this to make sure it's strong enough to Seriously, cat? You just gonna make a mess out of my stuff, huh? Actually, it's probably as easy as just adding to the shape. You know what I should do? Yeah, what I should do is fill this in. Um, Come on. I always forget where the tools are in this thinking thing. Seriously? Line tool. I need to connect here. That is too big. 4. Go down here like that. That. There we go. Save as. Gutter 2. Convert more files. Okay. Import. Gutter 2. That was faster. And this also needs to be 127 by 98. So now we have this shape, which will give us quite a bit more control. I can always add that later if I need to add any kind of, like, for example, I'm going to want this hook to grab onto the gutter. But this will allow us to do more things. So, for example, for the carport, um, I need to protrude about 4 inches out in order to get the gutter out from under the overhang. So let's call it 100 millimeters. Let's do that. Let's bring it over here. Probably about that far. Bring this about that far. Zero. We're going to want to round this. We're going to want one over here too. I think I'm going to be better off going with a cylinder. Let's start with a cylinder. We're going to want to be right about there. Nope, we need to stick. That's right. We need structure. I keep forgetting. I need structure. That's probably enough. I think that would be enough structure. can bring this out a tiny bit. Okay, let's start cleaning it. When you have something like this, you want to use curves because curves are stronger. Okay, bring you over here. Excuse me. What's your problem? I hate the fact that this always defaults to red. Red is like the worst possible color they could use because it just shows no detail. Hey, red light. Okay. I think that'll do it for the basic shape. Go through. First, let's duplicate this in case I need it later. Make it a whole. Merge. And now I just need to get rid of this excess crap. There. Now, this section here, when I print this, this will be printed with no top and bottom layers. So this will just be a honeycomb infill. And figure we'll make it 2 inches thick. Is that enough? Better go 3 inches. Let's go 100 millimeters. That'll be more than strong enough. Yeah, just, you know. I got up at 7 o'clock yesterday morning, which is a good time to get up around here. I stayed up all day. I managed to not fall asleep all day. I go to bed at a reasonable time. I go to bed at 11 o'clock last night. I don't fall asleep until after 5 a.m. So now I'm going on 4 hour sleep, which should be okay. But it's like, why couldn't I fall asleep? I don't get it. All right, that should work. It's just that I have no ability to regulate my sleep. I can't control when I fall asleep. I can't control how long I sleep. I just no. Once I fall asleep, I'm good. I stay asleep. I don't have a problem with waking up. I don't toss and turn. I'm not fitful when I sleep. When I do fall asleep, I'm fine. But I just don't seem to have the ability to regulate when I sleep. See, that would probably be fine for me. Well, sleep 12, 1 o'clock, get up at 7, that'd be perfect. Damn it, I just realized I can't print this the way I want to. First of all, it's going to have to be taller, 150 millimeters tall, because I need to put an arc in it. I I do. Like, I'm sitting here at this bench. I'm falling asleep in this chair. Like, literally, I'm falling asleep in this chair. And I finally go, okay, it's time for bed. I get up and I walk 25 feet to my bed, and I'm up until 5 a.m. What the fuck? So I can't get up and do any work because I'm too tired, but I can't fall asleep. I mean, I think that's my problem, Red Light. I think I need to start working hours. I think my problem is my activity level's too low. So I'm not using up enough energy during the day. I think that's the problem, or at least part of it. It's driving me crazy. Okay. I want this to be 100 millimeters tall. So this has to come up like that. And this needs to come out past that point. That gets me approximately my 100 millimeters. But this is too tall. I need this to be a sharper angle. I think I need to go back to using a cylinder. I keep trying to use things other than cylinders, and I think the cylinders just work better. That's a better angle. This needs to come out past here. The angle is definitely better. Let's see. Why the hell did I hold that for review? After work today, I need some landscaping around the new pool. Cannot till you the last time I did a print. What? Okay. That looks pretty good. That'll reduce my material usage. Okay, now I need to do that. Now I need it to be, let's say I want to do 3 perimeters at 1.4 for a 12, that's 1.2, 3, 4.2 millimeters. Okay, so the cylinder needs to come out. That's not what I wanted to do. Down here, down boy. That one. I need to just kiss. This way I maintain a 4.2 millimeter perimeter. Okay. That should do it. Nice. Oh, how's the audio? Is the audio better now? I got a new mic, so hoping that means the audio is a lot better. Okay. That should do it. At least for a basic starter. I'll probably make a trip down to Home Depot tomorrow and grab a couple pieces of gutter. But the purpose of this shape is to allow me to put screw holes in here. Although I'm thinking I should print 2 mirror copies of these things. Yeah, I can see on the Cybercam, I can see the noise from the mini split, but it's not registering until I start talking. I'll show you. You can see, here's the ambient noise here on the left. Yeah, the hum metallic sound is the mini split air handler going. Although I do have noise gate and noise suppression. Noise suppression could be what's a high pass shelf? We could try getting rid of this, see if it gets rid of the metallic noise. Just keep the noise gate. Okay, so there we have the noise gate without the suppression. So does that get rid of the does that get rid of the metallic sound? Yeah, the gate just mutes the sound so that you don't constantly hear that when I'm not talking. But does the suppression modifies the sound? It's worse now? So the suppression was doing good then. Okay. So we will turn that back on. And I don't see a high pass filter. I see compressor, expander, gain, invert polarity, limiter, noise gate, noise suppression, and VST2X plugin. Okay, so there the suppression is back on again. Okay, now what I'm thinking here is to actually make this part here a little smaller and then print 2 mirror copies of them and put them together. Yeah, I'm thinking that's going to be the right way to go about that. Let's do about that much. And what I could do is I can just use a simple nut and bolt to attach the two together. Oh, wow, that's bigger than I thought it was. That is bigger than I thought it was going to be. Oh, no, it doesn't matter. What am I thinking? This is going to be printed on a larger printer. I would like to print this on a regular printer, but, beggars and choosers. We do ME40. Uh, 0.95, probably 0.94. Not vase mode. 3 perimeters. Infill. Grid. No, hexagon. Full honeycomb. Let's start off with 15% and see what that does. Let's see how bad this messes up my audio. I told you no top and bottom layers. So why is it adding that? Oh. How do I stop it from printing these lines? Is there a way to stop it from printing those lines? I want this to be open like this. That's not a top layer. That's a perimeter. Watch. See? It's printing the perimeter. How do I stop it from printing the perimeter only here? Oh boy. Oh boy, that's interesting. Really? What would you do in Prusa Slicer? Sure. I don't want the perimeter zero. I only want the perimeters that cross over the model to not be there. I do want the three perimeters along the outside. Yeah, I can do that here too. And it's still doing crossovers. Isn't that weird? It's because this is an angled, excuse me. Because it's a curve. I want perimeters. I just don't want the perimeters crossing the infill. Thank you, Cornelius. Hmm. I mean, I can do it by design, but then it gets really annoying. Meaning, I would have to actually design the hexagon holes into the model. Then that would work because then it would actually be holes. See, technically these aren't holes. This is infill. So I would have to design these holes into the model. Hmm. How would I do that? No word yet. We'll probably end up losing by defaulting, running out of money. All they gotta do is spend more money than we can raise, and they win by default. Hey, friendship lights. Okay, how can I get around that? There's got to be a way to get around it. Man. They burn themselves to a cinder. The pile of ash is still sitting out front. Yeah, and I took the second one that I have, and it's outside in the freezer right now because I don't trust it. It damn near burned down my house. Like seriously, if that would have happened an hour earlier, it might have burned this house down. That's some scary shit. So how? Like literally, I was laying in bed. I was listening to an audio book, and I heard a sound that was odd. I kept hearing that coming from out here, and I ignored it at first, but then it persisted, and I thought the cats were getting into something. So I get up and start sneaking out here to see what's up, and I see smoke filling the room. So of course at that point I run over here, and just as I run over here, flame starts coming out of the battery box. I'm like, oh shit. And I grab the battery box, rip the wires out of it, go to the front door, and chuck it out into the yard. And as this thing's flying through the air, flames are still coming out of it. It hits the ground and just starts. I was like, holy shit. Like, that could have cost us everything. Jesus. So now, from now on, battery boxes, I'll only buy ones that use lithium iron phosphate batteries. The lithium iron phosphate batteries don't go nuclear like that. Lithium ion batteries, lithium polymer batteries, they're the ones that go nuclear. Correct. I just kept putting dirt on it. So what I do is I put a couple of cinder block pieces around it, and I kept piling dirt on it to suppress the flames. Because water probably would have made it more violent. So how could I guess the only thing I can do is to put a the hexagon shape into it. That's gonna be really hard to do. Do I have the hex infill model? It's not top and bottom layer, it's perimeter. This is not top layer. This is perimeter. See? Because I have a curved shape, the perimeter, I'll show you. See? Because there's a slope here, this is the perimeter, not the top and bottom layer. So I think what I need isn't possible. What I need is to tell it to not print the perimeter here. Don't print perimeter on top of infill. I'm trying to print this like this as an open hexagon structure. I mean, I guess I could let it print the perimeters there, but it's going to waste a lot of plastic and it won't look as nice. I kind of want that hexagon infill. Plus, I have ulterior motives for wanting these hexagons. I'm thinking they might be home for bees. I don't know if bees would make homes in this. I have no idea if they would do that. Oh, that would work the other way too. But I just think it would look nice. In There is no solid infill. This is not infill. This is perimeter. This is the perimeter of the model. So this is not fill. It's perimeter. So you can see 3 perimeters. This is the perimeter. This is not infill. This is not fill. This is not solid fill. So what I want to do is I don't want to print perimeter, but only on top of infill. I want the perimeter out here, but I don't want the perimeter in here. Yeah, I want this thing to be all hollow all the way up. I mean, yes, it's sloped. See? To reduce material usage, I sloped it. This will make it stronger at handling, torsion forces from wind. And I'm not sure how to make it do that. I mean, I know how to do it in design, but man, would that be a pain in the ass? I'd have to make the hexagon infill actually part of the design of the model. Yeah, but think about how long that would take to scope out that modifier throughout this whole thing. That'd be a pain in the ass. I know what the easy solution is. I just don't like it. The easy solution is to get rid of the slope. Just make it a square. And then the problem goes away. Hmm. I have Prusa Slicer already. Um, it would just be a pain in the ass. I'm looking for a more elegant solution. Something I can scale and work with. Well, the problem is that I need to keep the hexagon fill 4.2 millimeters away from the skin of the model. Because otherwise I won't have my perimeter. Because I want my perimeter too. What I need is to make it 2 models. One model that's 4.2 millimeters thick, and one model that's the hexagon infill, and then just use multi-process. Let's go back into Tinkercad. Yeah, I can share the file. Problem is, it's not finished. See, at some point, I have to add this hook to this model. Once I actually have a piece of gutter in my hand, I can test fit. See, the whole reason for adding the arc the whole reason for the arc is so that I can put screw holes through here. So I can screw this into the building. But there are other ways I can do that. There are much easier ways I can do that. Just get rid of this. Not what I wanted to do. Now it's a simple shape. So how do I put a screw hole through a shape that big? I probably don't need it to be this big. That gets me my hexagon infill super easy. Money, Lightspeed. Money. Murph is a faraway trip. You're talking, probably $1,500 to go to Murph. Okay, so well, you figure the hotel room is going to be what, 130, 150 bucks a night, assuming I split it with somebody. Um, you're looking at 80 bucks a night figure estimate with taxes. So that's 240. So let's call it 250. And airfare is going to be 600 bucks at least. So now we're pushing close to 900. Rental car, those cost a fortune nowadays, but maybe I can get somebody to pick me up and drop me off again. So let's call that a wash. Then you got food. You're going to need 3-4 days worth of food. Call that 25 bucks a day if you eat dirt cheap, assuming you can get breakfast at the hotel. There's 1,100 bucks right there. And and that's assuming I can get everything that cheap. It's expensive. I can't even go to Narrum. I wanted to go to Narrum this year. It's an 18-hour drive away. It's literally a 1-day drive away. It's in Springfield, Missouri, and I can't go. I just can't. Even if I three-way split the room, I'm still looking at what's $155 a night. 155 times 8 nights, divide by 3. You got $413. Plus, figure again, $25 a day in food. You're looking at $200 in food, $150 for registration. You're looking at $350 in fuel. So with no flying, no motors, no rockets, no nothing, just breakfast at the hotel if they have it, and then nothing else. $1,113. I just don't have it. I thought I would be able to have all of my inherited debt paid off before things got real tight. If I had no debt, I'd be fine. I mean, I might even be able to justify taking one of these trips. I could put $1,100 on a credit card and pay it off over 3 or 4 months. But I was hoping to have all of this inherited debt paid off before then, and that didn't happen. So things are just a wee bit tight. So what I need to do is put 2 holes straight through this model. I was not able to pay all of the debt. I still carried over about $18,000 in debt in my name. After the selling the business paid for the house, and selling the house paid for almost all of the debt. I had about $10,000 worth of debt. The house sold for $145,000. The 3 years that I worked the store, I was able to pay off about $40,000 worth of that debt, $45,000 worth of that debt. In the end, I ended up with still having about $18,000 in debt left over. And I mean, I won't lose anything if I default on that debt. I have homestead protection. They can't attach my house, so they can't come after my house or anything like that. But it would destroy my credit completely. Like, my credit would be trash for the next 10 years. And that could be a big problem if I happen to need a big expense. Like if I happen to need to get a new car, if I happen to need to get a new roof, you're going to need credit for that. Well, they can't. It's not legal to force a child to inherit the debt of the parent. The township did something weird that allowed it to happen. The Bristol Township is very corrupt. No, what I'm saying is, what if in 10 years from now, all the cars have failed? I'm good for at least 10 years. I have 3 properly running cars. So but what about 10 or 12 years from now? That electric car is not going to be running 10 years from now. I'm hoping to get 10 years out of the Kia Soul. The pickup truck will never make it 10 years as a daily driver, but it should make it 10 years as a special purpose vehicle, meaning I only use it when I actually need to. My bigger concern with the pickup truck is fuel consumption and wear and tear from lack of use. A car just sitting, some of the components wear because it's not being used. And that can get very expensive to overhaul when you go to start using the car. Meaning the car might be perfectly fine, and then you start driving it, and all kinds of shit starts failing. All kinds of seals start failing. Rubber and plastic components start failing. So that becomes the issue. And well, they're too old. It's a 2002. You can't rent that out. But I can't sell it because I need it. You know, if I have to haul something heavy, and which I do, I'm not allowed to Uber. The cars are um too old to Uber. Well, maybe the Kia Soul. The Kia Soul's a 2017. That might be new enough to Uber. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Oof. I think it's 6 years. I think your car can't be more than 6 years old unless you're already in Uber. Then you have a little bit longer. You're grandfathered in. But I think your car can't be older than 6 years. The problem is Uber is to the Leaf is fine, but it's not going to last more than 10 years. I can't use the Leaf for Uber. I can only go 45 miles. um, that's not enough to do any kind of Ubering. Not around here. That'd be enough to do one trip. But there are issues with Uber that are serious issues. You cannot make money doing Uber. It's not possible. Unless you're... Yeah, the battery's bad. There's a couple of bad cells. And I'm still trying to figure out how to make Nissan warranty it. It's not looking good. If I hired a lawyer, it'd probably work, but I can't afford a lawyer. The lawyer would probably cost as much as buying the battery. And Nissan knows it. That's why they do it. I didn't realize there was going to be this much of a problem. Actually, I don't even think it's... I got to contact Nissan because I've only dealt with the dealer, and I think the dealer doesn't want to eat the cost of the battery. I think when there's a warranty replacement, I think the dealer has to eat part of it, and they don't want to eat it. Yeah, and they won't honor it. Lyft is the same as Uber. You cannot make money doing Lyft and Uber. You can't do it. It's not possible. Maybe some people doing Surge in major metropolitan areas can make a living doing it, but you're going to be working 100 hours a week. Well, I haven't contacted Nissan yet. I got to write a letter to Nissan to ask them for help. Okay, here's what's happened. The battery is bad. Okay, if you know the way a battery works, you have 92 of these inside the car, except they're much bigger. And now subtract the cost of the car tripods. See, this is what people don't do. They don't subtract the cost of the car. They're borrowing the future of their car at a high interest rate, and then the $300 a day is not even paying the interest on that loan. So eventually that car is going to fail. That you're going to wear that car out. Livery is one of the hardest things you can do to a car. Short of being a construction worker, or a logger or something like that, livery is one of the... Well, depending on where you live. If you have really nice roads where you live, that might work great. So let's say you're making, if you're making $300 a day, you're either doing Killer Surge, which again, if you live in an area where you can work Surge, you can make money doing Uber. All right. 95% of Uber drivers do not make $300 a day. They don't make any work. You can't make $300 a day without Surge. $150? Well, that was Chicago, but still. What the fuck? Yeah, I guess airport runs would do it. Airport runs are pretty profitable. But I live in the middle of bumfuck New Mexico. Oh, so it was surge. You had a vicious surge problem there. Yeah. So that's an exception, but holy shit, that's a lot of money. Wow. But you need to pay yourself $1 a mile for your car. $1 a mile for your car. Then you can only count what you make after that. You also need to pay for your commercial livery insurance. Now, there are limited conditions under which the Uber insurance will cover you. But if you're outside those conditions, take a wild guess what your car insurance company is going to say when you file a claim for an at-fault accident. Your car insurance company is going to go, fuck you. And not, oh, no, I'm not wrong. I know people this has happened to. I personally know someone who has a $25,400 civil judgment against them because their car insurance company said, fuck you. You were using the car for commercial purposes on a personal policy. You're not covered. We're not paying. Now, 58 cents a mile is not enough. But the problem is your personal auto policy will not cover you in an at-fault accident. And if you get into an at-fault accident, the person who claims injury is going to sue everybody. They're going to sue Uber, they're going to sue your car insurance company, and they're going to sue you personally. That coverage from Uber is very sketchy and very specific in what it covers. Meaning, you'll probably get away with it, but you're taking a gamble. I mean, I guess if you're renting and you never plan to buy a house, I guess it's worth the gamble. But I own a home. They'll come after my home, and a personal injury suit will exceed the homestead value. I can't afford that. Correct. Commercial insurance, okay? The best price I could find for commercial insurance, not livery insurance. That's livery insurance is like $400 a week. Okay? Commercial insurance, the best price I could find was $4,500 a year, not counting my base insurance. That was just for the commercial addendum, the commercial add-on. $4,500 a year. What insurance company? I hear this all the time. I hear people say, I got commercial insurance and my insurance only went up $30. Now, I see one of two reasons for this. One, every price I'm quoting you is from 10 years ago when I first bought my car. Okay? State Farm is what I got for pizza delivery. They're the only ones that would cover me. They cost me $1,500 extra a year. But you don't know. You only know your example. And there's no way of knowing if your example is replicatable for anybody else. So for example, I was paying no, what's happening is people just don't have insurance. And they pray they don't get screwed. That's what happens. 99% of pizza delivery drivers are uninsured and they don't even know it because the employer doesn't tell them. I have to tell them. 58 cents a mile is the government established reimbursement rate. And that applies for semi-business use of your car. Yes, they just ask for insurance. They don't ask for what kind of coverage you have. So I have heard of people saying that they only paid an extra $10 a month, extra $30 a month. So obviously that does exist. That does exist. Not everywhere though. There are two issues. Effectively, yes. Okay, that's not how it works. Okay. 3 years from now, your engine blows up and it costs you $6,000 to replace your engine. Did it blow up because it wore out? Or did it blow up 10 years earlier because you spent 4 years doing Uber? Or did you win the lottery and nothing happens to your car? That happens too, okay? But here's the thing. The risk is yours. If your car fails early, Uber is not going to repair your car. If your car does not fail early, that reward is supposed to be yours, not Uber's. You're supposed to benefit from that reward. So if you collect your 60 to 100 cents a mile and you end up not needing it, then you got lucky and you're supposed to collect the reward for that. Meaning you get to keep the money that you were putting aside for your car. Because if you don't get lucky and your car does fail, Uber's not going to say, well, we got lucky the last 4 years and you didn't have to replace your engine, so we're going to help you pay for it now. That's what, it drives me nuts. It's not stretching, it's reality. Uber paid for the fucking car and provided the car to you, Uber would have to pay for any repairs to that car. And if the car didn't need the repairs, Uber would gain the benefit of not having to repair that car. Well, this is your car, not Uber's car. So the loss is supposed to be yours, but the reward is also supposed to be yours. Uber doesn't get to pay you less because you fix the car yourself. You know, people say, well, a brake job's only $30 if I do it myself. And are you charging yourself $175 an hour to do that brake job? Because that's standard industry rate. But I can save money by doing it myself. But that's supposed to benefit you, not your employer. You're supposed to save the money by doing it yourself. But if you do it yourself in order to make the lower pay they give you acceptable, well, then you're paying them to do the work yourself. That's not the way it's supposed to work. That's why you got to pay yourself $1 a mile. I mean, sure, maybe you'll get lucky. Now, again, my prices are from 10 years ago. So maybe insurance companies have evaluated the risk of Uber, and maybe now they do what Tripods has, $30 a month. Okay, maybe that's a thing now. When I was looking for insurance just for pizza delivery, yes, it's a cost. In business, you have costs and you have revenue. Okay? Your income. No, this is before you pay yourself. That $1 a mile, you're supposed to put aside for your car so that when your brakes fail, you can replace them. When your tires fail, you can replace them. When your transmission fails, you can replace it. When you need a new car, you can buy it. That's what that's for. Exactly. And worse, the 58 cents a mile was based on an average, decent sedan and an average decent SUV. So we're talking $40,000-$50,000 car. If you elect to use a cheaper $20,000 car, that savings is supposed to go to you, not to Uber. If you elect to use a more affordable car, you should garner the reward and savings for that. You're saying, because my car costs less, they should pay me less. That's not how it's supposed to work. If you choose to use a sub-average car, the savings of making that decision should go to you, because you're the one who's getting a lesser car, not Uber. If Uber wants to use cheaper cars and provide them to you, that's on Uber. But they're not doing that. They're making you use your car. Yes, you are. You're saying I profit off 58 cents a mile. You profit off 58 cents a mile by handing the savings to Uber. The 58 cents a mile is for a business person who drives 200 miles down the road to a conference for work, or who drives, 50 miles to, the tertiary office for the corporation to do a review or an inspection. That's what that 58 cents a mile is made for. Exactly. That's what that 58 cents a mile was made for. That 58 cents a mile was not made for carrying people in your car who are going to wreck it and beating the shit out of your car, driving it in a city all day. That's what we call there's terms for this. You have standard duty usage and you have heavy duty usage. Livery is above heavy duty usage. You beat the living snot out of your car. Now, of course, if you get a relatively decent car and you do your own maintenance, you can save a lot of money. But that's supposed to be in your pocket. That's not supposed to, you're not supposed to save money with a better car and doing your own maintenance and stuff like that as a way of allowing Uber to pay you less. That's not what it's supposed to be for. No, that is not what the 58 cents is for. What's the $12,500 standard deduction? What is that? Does anybody know what that is? The $12,400, $12,000, whatever it is, the standard deduction you claim on your taxes. What is that? It's bullshit, but what is it? The standard deduction is because head taxes are illegal. It's unconstitutional to have a head tax. You're not supposed to be able to tax somebody merely for existing, because the Supreme Court has established, one of the few good things the Supreme Court has done, has established that a head tax is tantamount to slavery. So in order to avoid the head tax issue, we apply a standard deduction, because your standard, what you pay to exist in the world, is a cost. That's your cost of living. And so they give you a standard deduction. Now, the problem is the standard deduction hasn't kept up with reality, because we haven't adjusted the poverty line in 50 years. Okay? So 58 cents a mile is because, okay, when you go and work for McDonald's, you do not have to pay income tax. You do not earn income. You work 1 hour at an agreed upon rate of $10. Well, do the math. I worked 1 hour, which means I spent $10. I spent it in labor. That labor that I expended for you is worth $10. It's worth more than that, but that's what they're paying you. All right? And then they give you $10. Going to McDonald's for 1 hour for a $10 wage is no different than walking into a bank with two $5 bills and say, may I have a $10 bill? It is an even exchange. I am exchanging $10 of labor for $10 in cash. My net income is zero. Income is revenue minus costs equals income. So when you go to work for McDonald's, you do not have to pay income tax, and you don't pay income tax. You pay revenue tax. They tax you on your revenue. As a business, you gain the privilege of, instead of paying revenue tax, you pay income tax. That's what your Schedule C is for. Lyft is the exact same thing. It's just two different companies doing the same thing. So, as a business, if I sell this for $10, I do not have to pay income tax on $10 because I didn't make $10. I took in $10, but I spent $1 in plastic, TPU. I spent money on a machine, electricity, space for that machine, insurance, my labor. I spent money to make this. So let's say it cost me, I'm just gonna make it easy. Let's say it cost me $5 to make this, and I sell it for 10. Well, when I do my taxes, let's say that's my only transaction for the whole year. I do my taxes, and I do a Schedule C, and I say, revenue, $10. Deductions, cost of producing this, $5. Net income, profit, $5. I pay taxes on $5. When you drive a car for a living, a car is an expense. It's a cost. You do not have to pay taxes on the money you spend on the car, because the car is a cost. It takes away from your profit. The 58 cents is a standardized rate to calculate the cost of the car. You do not have to use it. For example, no trucker uses 58 cents a mile. They actually deduct their actual costs because they're going to way exceed 58 cents a mile. The 58 cents a mile is if you don't want to do the work to deduct your costs. Exactly. Everything is a cost. I don't claim space in my house, even though about 40% of it is for 3D printing, because that's a real fast way to get audited. That's a real quick way to get an audit. So I don't claim home office, exemption. But just not because I'm not allowed to, but because there's too many problems with it. It's bad news. My accountant told me, you want to guarantee an audit? Claim your house. You're getting audited. But so that's not a tax rate. That is an established rate to calculate the cost of your car ownership. Exactly. It's to simplify deducting the cost of the car for business. The problem is that 58 cents a mile is representative of, Lightspeed driving to the tertiary office for an inspection. Lightspeed being paid to go to a business conference where he drives down, Interstate 80 for 200 miles to a business conference. That's what the 58 cents a mile was made to cover. It wasn't made to cover beating the fuck out of your car delivering people and food. That's going to cost you more. Now, when we say it's going to cost you, we're talking about on average. You might get lucky. This car might go 150,000 miles without you having to pay a damn thing into it. But here's the problem. That's your luck. You're supposed to benefit from being lucky and getting a car going that many miles. That would be like an employer saying, I'm going to pay you less because I know you fix your car yourself. So you don't need as much money as your fellow employee who goes to the dealership to get their brakes replaced. I know for a fact that you repair your own brakes. So I'm going to pay you $2 an hour less. Okay? That's what that is. And that's bullshit. No, you're not paying me based on my costs. You're paying me based on the job. And that means you pay everybody the same for that job. You don't get the, that'd be, oh, can the guy who drives the Lamborghini get paid more because he's driving a Lamborghini? Of course they're going to say no to that. No, what it is you have to, at minimum, you have to subtract 58 cents per mile plus whatever your amortized rate is for your commercial insurance. Because the 58 cents a mile does not account for commercial insurance. That only accounts for your regular insurance. My regular insurance was $900 a year for 3 cars. When I switched to State Farm, in order to be covered for pizza delivery, my premium went to $2,400 a year. So I was paying a $1,500 premium in order to be commercially covered delivering pizza. So when I did my taxes, I deducted 58 cents a mile plus $1,500 a year for my commercial edition for my insurance. Because if I did not have to have commercial coverage, I could go back to Erie and I could pay $900 a year for insurance. And on top of that, something catastrophic could happen. The car could fail early. And guess what? Your car has no warranty. Your car has 0 warranty. Legally, you have no warranty. You could go to a dealership today and buy a brand new car. And you start driving for Uber, you have no warranty. The manufacturer warranty does not cover commercial usage. If the dealer finds out you're driving the car commercially, they will void your warranty coverage. So now, any repairs you have to get, well, you got to pay for because you don't have a warranty. Your car could blow up in 5,000 miles and your warranty is 0. Oh, yes, they will. Oh, absolutely, yes, they will. In a heartbeat if they find out. That fast. Just you go into a major dealership for, needing an $8,000 engine replacement and say, oh, yeah, I've been Ubering for the last 2 years. Oh, your warranty is gone. Yes, they can. It's not illegal. The Yes, they will. The warranty you get on your car is a contract, and those contract terms are for personal usage. It's no different than your car insurance policy. It's for personal usage. Jeff Barnard, hello. Um, Factory warranty. I keep finding extended warranty crap when I try to Google it. So I can't find anything right now, and I'm not going to spend the next hour looking. But what I do know is that the manufacturer can void your warranty if they find out you're using it for commercial usage. That's why when I take my car to the dealership, I have to put my bike hitch in my hitch in the car because they could void my warranty if they think I'm towing heavy loads with it. I'm not. I'm towing a freaking 200-pound trailer, but it doesn't matter. They can. It's not nope. Look it up. I'm telling you, they can absolutely void that warranty. When you buy fleet vehicles, they do not come with warranties because they are commercial usage vehicles. Commercial usage vehicles do not come with warranties. It's a form of fraud. They can go after you for fraud. Because you're buying a fleet vehicle. So you're paying the price for that. Now go try buying, a pickup truck off the regular consumer lot and using it commercially and getting it covered. Consumer warranty. Fleet vehicles don't come with a consumer warranty. They don't come with the 5-year, 60,000-mile bumper to bumper and 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Unless you pay for that. Really? Hey, I could be wrong, but it was always my understanding that they could void the warranty for commercial usage. Yeah, maybe that's how they get you. You do 60,000 miles on your car in 1 year. Well, did you do all the maintenance for 60,000 miles? Most people probably wouldn't have. Maybe that's what people were. Maybe that was my misunderstanding because you're gonna burn through your miles really fast, and if people don't do the service at the mileage points that you're supposed to do those services, they would use that to deny the claim. So I could be wrong on that. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe that's what I was remembering the mileage service issue thing. I did not hear that. I know with insurance companies you can do that. I didn't know you could do that with a dealer warranty. Can't really do that with my car though because, nobody else can service it. Without that console 3 system, you can't even interact with the car. The one of the problems with these new cars is that we're back to the pre-OBD days where they had proprietary systems to interface and interact with the car, and the legislature hasn't caught up with that. I am, however, absolutely correct on the commercial insurance in order to be covered while I'm delivering. Now, Uber is a little bit different because they do provide some coverage, but they don't cover your car. So even if Uber covers your liability, you're still on the hook for your car because for example, your comprehensive collision policy isn't going to cover you if you're delivering with Uber. In fact, if your insurance company finds out, they might drop you. um, I hadn't heard of the State Farm thing. I haven't gotten around to calling them, but like for example, I know my State Farm policy explicitly covers pizza delivery. I don't know if it covers like if I did Uber Eats or something like that, DoorDash. I don't know if it covers that. So I got to look into that. Well, the easy solution is to just print it flat. And then, then of course, it doesn't do the infill. So now what I have to do is I have to put screw holes in. And probably the easiest way to do that is just to slam some holes into it. So probably 10 millimeter hole. Control D. Let's make it 4.2 millimeters. Let's go 4.4 millimeters thick. And then this probably needs to be 5 millimeters. They need to be solid that way and solid that way, and join them. No, well, yeah, I've decided I'm not printing the gutters. They're so god awful cheap. It's the electricity to print them would cost more. The plastic is free. I have the plastic. The plastic costs me nothing. I have 700 kilograms of plastic. It'll cost me nothing in plastic. But gutters are so cheap that the electricity to print them would cost more than buying the gutters. So I'm just going to buy the gutters. But I can print all the parts, the joiners, the end caps, all that stuff I can print. It'll cost me nothing to print them. The vinyl gutters are $6 for 10 foot, and the galvanized painted gutters, which what I'm going to get, are $11 for 10 foot. It's $1 a foot. I can't print them that cheap, even just for electricity. So it's silly to print them. While I technically could, it's silly. At that price, I'm just gonna buy the gutters. I didn't realize they were that cheap. I never dreamed they were that cheap. Oh, I don't care about weight. In reality, weight would help keep it better for well, I'm not attaching to the roof, I'm attaching to the side of the house. Oh, that's not long enough. I need to separate that. Make that a whole bunch longer. And then join them together. Yeah, I just did not realize they were that cheap. I was like, holy crap, they're that cheap, really? Let's see. Let's do a line. Why are you selecting everything? Why do you do that? Stupid program. There we go. So Control D. Come on. Join. Center. And that should go all the way through. Yes, it does. There we go. So these holes here are just so that I can stick the extension bit straight through here and straight through here. I might have to adjust the size of these. I'll have to actually measure the screws I'm going to use. And then the idea is I can just screw this straight into... I keep hearing something. What the hell am I hearing? Um, I wonder if I should put 4 in or if 2 is enough. It cost me next to nothing to print, so... Let's do 4. God damn it, why do you keep doing that? Why do you keep selecting everything on the board? Look at that. I hate when it does that. There's no reason for it to do that. Grr. Come on. Why is this taking so long? Come on. Wow, you're a brave critter. Fusion is much better, just the learning curve is huge. There it goes. I need to learn Fusion. I am so afraid that I'm going to spend 6 months learning Fusion, and then they're going to make it not free anymore, and all that learning will be worthless because I'll never pay for it. It'll take me longer. I get this every now and then for some reason. I have no idea why. Something to do with the program that creates the thumbnails for me. I don't know why it does that. It just once in a while it does that. Okay. There we go. Tease. Let's see. I want top and bottom layers for that. So we're gonna multi-process. Tools, variable. We're gonna add. Actually, all I need to do is this. Add. This. Add. Split. This can have top and bottom layers. There we go. There we go. Now it's nice and sealed up. I'm Groot. This is 671 grams? Are you serious? Okay, I don't need that much plastic. There's no reason to use that much plastic. Holy crap. Yeah. We're redesigning that. There's just no reason to have that much plastic. What the hell? Oh, man. That was way too much. Did it really get annoying? What do you use now? Ah, come on, go to hell. You are using bolts for the main support. I don't understand what you mean. That's better. 320 grams. It's still surprisingly heavy. Heavier than I thought it would be. No, this screw hole is to screw it into the building. So this is the gutter will sit inside this. This is heavier than I thought, though. I'm really although this is the big one. This is the big one that's just for the carports, where I need the gutter to stick out further in order for it to work. The one for the house doesn't need to be anywhere near this big. So that's the one for the no. This is just okay. So if you have a hole like this, but you have something sitting in front of the hole, you can't get a screwdriver in. So I have a hole going through the whole thing simply to allow me to slide the screwdriver all the way through and get to the little screw that's here. The screw is only going to be, 1 2 inch screw. The hole is just so that the screwdriver can get all the way to the hole. So the screw is just going to sit here. This is just so that the bit on my screw gun that's just so that the bit can get to the screws. Okay, now let's just see how heavy this is going to be for the regular one, because these might use up more plastic than I thought they were going to. Yes, because let me show you. So this is the carport frame, and that's what the gutter has to attach to, and the roof overhangs the carport frame by like 4 or 5 inches. So I need this part here to stick out far enough so that the gutter sticks out past the edge of the carport roof. So the carport has an eave. The house has like a 1 inch eave, so it's irrelevant. I could just screw the gutter right into the side of the house. But the carport, the 20 feet for the carport, has there's a big overhang between the frame of the carport and the end of the roof. So I need that extension so that the gutter can get out. I could just print 5 of these. I only need it for that 20-foot run on the carport. That's the only part of the entire project that needs this big overhang. So the whole rest of the house doesn't need it at all. Okay. True, but I'd rather just print it because I have lots of plastic. I have to finish the bracket. So the idea is to do it the same way they do it. This here is not complete. I still need to add this little bit. But I'm going to wait until I get the gutter to do that. And then there'll be a simple screw hole right here. And just screw right through the shutter into the plastic. Just like they do in real life. See? So this here, you screw straight through it to put it in. Where are they at? You know what I mean. There it is. So this This here, that little lip right there that you're seeing, see that little lip right there? That slips right over this edge here and just screws straight through it. So I'll do the same thing. Once I actually have the gutter here, I'll model a hole right there for a screw to go right into. Okay. There we go. Now this is the one for the regular on the house gutter. Which doesn't need all this excess. It doesn't need all that extra. Actually, I can make that a whole lot thinner because I really only need the plastic. So this only needs to be 4.2 millimeters thick. ASA is UV resistant, so it should be okay. But worst case scenario, I'll spray it with white paint. But also remember, this is going to be underneath the gutter, so nothing should bother this. People people blow out the issue of UV. It's blown out of proportion. Let's see, I need to do that. I need to do that. I need this to be 8.4 millimeters thick. No, yeah, 8.4. Okay. Get you there. Zero. I've never had that. Yes, it can, but I think it depends on the type of plastic. And simply painting it would protect it from the UV. So I'm not too worried about that. Okay. Join that. I'm pretty sure 8.4 millimeters of solid plastic is more than enough for that to deal with itself. No, well, I can't print with PLA. I have to use ASA or ABS. PLA would not cut it for this. For two reasons. One, it gets hot enough here, more than hot enough for the PLA to soften. And two, PLA is, even at proper temperatures, if you apply force to a PLA part, it will slowly bend over time. Now, under normal conditions, a piece like this, you're never going to see that. But something like a gutter that's weight hanging down on it over time, yeah, eventually that PLA is going to sag. ASA and ABS won't do that. Even PETG would probably work okay, but I'm just going to go straight to ASA. There we go. And this might even be overkill. I might not need this much plastic. Yeah. Shut up. Shut up. Skanky. Okay. Oh, much better. 200 grams. And there you go. You can see the the recess I have for the screw. I might get rid of the recess for the screw and just use a thicker screw. Yeah, I think that would be stronger. Yeah, I'm going to do that. There we go. That's because Sunlu is a PLA plus, so it's a modified PLA, and yeah, it's pretty good stuff. It's a little hard to print with sometimes. In my experience, it likes to be printed like 225, 230. The Sunlu PLA plus, but yeah, it's pretty nice stuff. I like it. Number 6. There we go. And that is, as you can see, 6 layers, 1.4 millimeters thick. So strength will not be an issue. Especially if I put a decent washer in there. Oh, that's why it has to be recessed. Because the gutter has to sit here. I might have to recess it. Because the gutter has to actually sit here. So I might have to make this a little thicker. Because these screw heads might prevent the gutter from properly sitting inside of this hole. So I'll have to play with that once I have a piece of gutter. But I like that. And that should be more than strong enough. I mean, that's 200 grams of plastic right there. I bet you I can get away with making this 30 millimeters. But I like having it wider. I gotta think about that. Well, I could probably reduce the plastic usage just by using a smaller nozzle. Use like a 1.2 millimeter or a 1 millimeter nozzle. I'm satisfied with the infill. I think that's enough infill. The whole reason for this is to give it structural integrity so it doesn't bend. Oh no, the screw can hold the gutter in too. No, it can't. No, that won't work. Hey, Dewitt. Now, what I could do A long screw to go under the bridge? I don't understand. I would screw these two screws into the building, and then I would stick the gutter into this holder. That's it. And then one screw would go here to hold the gutter in. Although I could use just one screw to hold it into the building, and then have the second screw go through here. I can get rid of this hole, because I think I can make that angle. And the second screw could go through the gutter into the building. So one screw holding the plastic unit into the building, and then a second screw holding both the gutter and the plastic unit into the building. So the way that would work is, would you please stop doing that? God damn it. Because Tinkercad and Simplify 3D use different mouse buttons for the... Simplify uses the right mouse button to do this, while Tinkercad uses the center mouse button to do this, and the right mouse button to swivel. While Simplify 3D uses the left mouse button to swivel, the right mouse button to pan, and the freaking middle mouse button resets the view. Really annoying. That would be nice to be able to upload images. I could see why they don't. I could see that being spammed. Also, I could also see that being a server side issue. If you, like, for example, when DeWitt does this top thumbs up, he's not actually uploading an image. He's uploading Unicode, and then you're loading that Unicode on your end. Because if you allowed the upload of an image, and say you had, 5,000 people in a stream, the YouTube server would now have to transfer that image 5,000 times to 5,000 people. I could see that being a problem. No, I don't. I should start one, but it's so much more to manage. But we could use a Discord at the same time as we're doing a stream. So I might start one just for that purpose, so that during live streams we could do stuff like that with a Discord. Maybe. We'll see. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Good for him. Good job. I know. I agree with you. I was thinking about integrating a bridge on the top as well. Trying to figure out how I want to do that. But the whole purpose of having all this structure here is so that I don't need the bridge on top. That's what this structure gives me. All this structure gives me is the lack of need for a bridge. I'm trying to avoid buying the hangars, because that's that's another $100. Actually, I would need I know exactly what you mean, and I could remember this. This is going to have a clip on here. This is not finished. I still have to add this portion. This portion here that actually hooks onto the gutter. I still need to add that. I have not added that yet, because I want to wait until I actually have the gutter. I could also put a hook here. So I could design this so that the gutter slides into it and it's captive. Because remember, I'm only dealing with 10-foot sections. So I could now the other thing I could do, I could close this. I could have this not be open. I could have this be a closed, complete loop. Because it would add a lot of rigidity, and I could probably shrink. Shrink this down a little bit. This probably won't have to be quite so exaggerated if I had this closed on the top here. So I could do, because I was thinking that if I get the tolerances right so that the gutter slides right through it. Well, the problem is, if I knew I was screwing into a 2x4 or a 2x6, I'd say, screw this shit. I'm just going to buy these things. They cost a lot of money, and I will probably need $200 worth of them. Figure if you need one of these every 12 inches, the house is 76 feet long. That's 152 feet. So I need 152 of them. Plus the ends, so I need 156. The problem is, I don't think it's solid wood on the end. It's some kind of weirdness on the end of the house. Let me see if I can get a picture for you. Hi, kitty. You'll see what I mean as soon as I show it to you. I'm worried about having a single screw and all of that torque on a single screw. I'm really concerned about that. That's why I have this, so that when the screw comes in here and here, first of all, there's two screws. And second of all, when it tries to torque, this foot will be pushing into the wood. So it'll be a little bit less force trying to rip those screws out of the house. I was even thinking about gluing them, construction adhesive, putting it up, screwing it in, so I have a full contact foot patch. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I'll show you what I mean. I want you to go away and leave me alone. How about that? Well, let me show you why one screw causes me concerns. That's what I'm screwing into. Okay, this goes around the entire edge of the house, the whole entire perimeter of the house, front and back. So, first of all, I don't know what that is. Like, what the hell is that? I'm assuming the only thing the gutter is going to be holding on to is this piece of wood here. Is that even wood, or is that? That's a vent? So I got vents on the roof and I have a vent here? Interesting. Okay. I did not know that. Okay. I wasn't sure what that was. I first thought when I first got here, I thought that was ventilation, but then I saw all the vents on the roof, and I was like, okay, well, why would you have both? But I guess you do. Okay. So now remember, this is the bottom. The gutter would be up there. So the gutter is going to be screwed into this. And I don't even think this is wood. I think this is that hardy board. That does not look like a wood grain to me. That looks like that hardy board stuff. Yeah, see? This might not even be traditional wood. I don't think it's MDF. It's something called hardy board. I think it's the same stuff that this house is sided with. I hope it's not MDF. I mean, it would have absorbed moisture by now if it was MDF. MDF does not tolerate moisture. It absorbs it like a sponge and blows up. So my concern is a single screw in the top of this is just not going to hold. That's my worry. Really, they banned it, huh? Because if I can spread that load over a big surface area, then it'll be fine. Well, until they start filling with snow. So, for example, if if I lived in Arizona, I wouldn't give a shit. Um, but the problem is we get snow. So 10 months out of the year, there's going to be no weight on these gutters. But for 2 months out of the year, we usually get 10 or 15 inches of snow when we get snow. Now, our snow is light and fluffy. No, we get lots of snow. It actually is really thick, but it's like powder. The problem is, as the snow melts off the roof, that's going to be a lot of weight in the gutter. And what I don't want to do is have the soffits tear off the house or the gutter tear out of the soffit. That's why I've been trying to think of a way to spread that load over as big a surface area as I can. We don't get heavy rain. I mean, half the time when it rains here, it comes down like a torrential downpour for like 30 seconds. But it's so... No, I didn't see the link. So YouTube is blocking your link. But half the time, that rain doesn't even make it off the end of the roof. Like, it gets absorbed and spread out on the roof, and not enough is left over to actually drip off the roof. So, it's an issue. So that's what I have to attach the gutter to, and that's why it worries me. I'm just really... I'm going to ask the guys who do this for a living, and if they tell me that this is going to work just fine, then okay, I guess I'll use that. But my gut tells me this isn't going to work. Exactly. This house was not designed to have a gutter. Exterior gutter hook. Are you going to show me something like that plastic one we saw? I don't see it here. Let's search. Yeah, that's what I'm designing. That's what I'm modeling right now. And they're not cheap. They're $6 fucking a piece. Actually, I would get the white ones, so they're $5 a piece. But also, they're 5-inch, not 4-inch. But this is what I'm looking at designing, except I'm thinking of closing it in. You know, closing the top so it's complete wraparound. But yeah, this is exactly what I'm modeling. Yeah, that's what I said. Fucking $6. Except I'm making something more like this. Something a little wider. Wow. Yeah, here they're raping us. Even this one is 526, and that's going to be quite a bit more than that, actually. 5.26 times 1.08125. Yeah, $5.70. Exactly. Well, not quite. The 200 grams, that's 5 per roll. That's about $2 each. But I've got the plastic already for free. So actually, I just got ABS for $13.99 a kilo. So 14 divided by 5. So $2.80. Wow, surprised it cost that much. I can thin this up more. I think I'm going overboard. I think I'm making it stronger than it needs to be. Oh, trust me, I would love to have that, that beautiful, round, American-made, piece it together, galvanized stainless gutter system that's available. It costs a lot. Yeah, look it up, but don't look at the price. So you get these things for 50 cents a piece where you are? That's crazy. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking to do. That's exactly what I'm looking to do. So maybe I should go with more screws. Well, like I said, I'm going to add the bridge after I get the gutter. I hadn't decided whether I was going to, buy the bridge to add to my design or just build it right into my design. Since now, if you're getting the gutter custom made, then you want this. But because I'm only getting it in 10-foot sections, I can just print it solid. I can print that bridge piece as part of the print and then just slide the gutter in. As long as I get the tolerances right, I can just slide the gutter in. But yeah, I'm thinking maybe I should go with the more screws like they're doing here. I'm starting to think that might be a good idea. Let's see how much we can optimize this. So I kind of like the thickness. I think the thickness is okay. Let's see. Do that. Let's grab both of these. Any particular reason why you won't grab them? Let's do that. Control D. Let's bring you up here to approximately there. And then bring you this way for an offset. And then let's bring you offset a little more. Okay. Let's grab all of them, join them together so I can move them as a unit. Let's move them in. Let me give myself a little bit of a dimple to recess the screws a little bit. Okay. Let's make sure these are centered. There we go. Oh, we don't want that. Well, we're going to have more up here. Now, I think I can probably get rid of some of this. I don't think we need this much. No, I don't want to do this. Okay. I don't want to do this. Yeah, I think I'm going to be able to get rid of quite a bit. Okay. Let's join that. Actually, getting rid of half of this would be pretty easy. Control D. Bring you down here. Bring in a square. Okay. Let's bring in the... Oh, that's not what I want to do. That's what I want. Let's bring in the overlap. There we go. Break you. No, I think I need to undo this. Get rid of those. 163.07. We turn this into a cut tool to chop this. And then we get rid of this little extra chunk. Wow. Hi, kitty. How you doing? Yeah. You want attention, don't you? Yeah, you just want attention. Yeah. Michelle still hasn't come out and fed you yet, has she? No, she hasn't. Yeah. No, it's gonna have infill. Oh yeah. 3 perimeters. 3 perimeters at 1.4 millimeters per perimeter, so plenty strong. You're not crushing that. Okay. So now I should be able to turn this into a hole and simply do this. Yeah, I think that's enough. There we go. Now remember, I still need the top part here, which I'll design into it. Okay. Export. Wow. Well, better to start off big and chew away at it than to start off small and realize you don't have enough. Mm-hmm. Let's see. And 222. That gets me down to 144 grams. That actually doesn't save me much plastic at all. I might be better off staying thicker for for a 50 gram savings. I'd rather have it thicker. That's just such a tiny savings, or at least a little more thickness. Let's try just taking a shaving a little bit off. Because it's all hollow. So the reality is the only plastic you're saving is a little tiny bit of infill. You're just not saving very much. Yeah, there you go. It only cost me 18 grams of plastic to have that extra cell there. So I'd rather have the extra cell for the 18 grams. Now, what I can also do, I might be able to get rid of these holes. I might be able to get rid of these holes altogether. And it might help with the pulling on the wood. If I angled these screw holes, if I angled them downward so I can screw the screw in from the top without having to go through the plastic, I can get rid of all these holes. Well, not if I put the screws in an angle. So let's go with that. Let's see what I can do with that. Let's save this one. Okay. Let's join these two. Why would that suck? Explain to me. I mean, if I'm doing something that I shouldn't do because I don't understand what I'm doing, tell me why that would suck. I don't see a reason why it would suck. I could do that too. Well, I don't care about eating space. I mean, I'm making these myself, so that doesn't really bother me that much. I would only have to make this, 2 millimeters thicker. But that would completely eliminate the need for all these holes up here. And probably allow me to shave this down quite a bit more. I could bring this around like this. Oh no, I'll just use a 10-inch bit. Let me show you what I'm talking about, and then you tell me why it would not work. If it doesn't work, then I won't do it. There we go. 22 degrees. Can I do this? Will that work? Yes, it will. There we go. Join them together. That's what I'm thinking. I could just screw them bitches in just like that. Make this a little bit thicker to compensate for that. Make this like 2 millimeters thicker, one layer thicker. Well, I don't have to make sure they're all countersunk. I could just make this have enough tolerance to allow it to work around the screw heads. But again, I could just make this thicker until it covers the screw heads. Obviously I have to fine tune that once I pick what screws I'm going to use. But is there a mechanical reason why this is a bad idea? I think it would even help, because now instead of the screw being pulled like this, the screw would be pulled like this, which would be stronger. That's why sheetrock hangers are usually at an angle. Picture hanger hooks. Is there a reason why this would be bad to do this? Like, is there an oh my god, oh crap, you don't want to do that? Here's why. Is there a reason why I wouldn't want to do that? But that basically eliminates the need to have holes here, which would be pretty nice. Is there a negative to doing it this way, to where I'm actually going to create a problem doing it this way? Because boy, does that clean everything up nicely. Did that not go through? Yeah, it went through. Oh, weird. It's like they didn't go cleanly through the hole. Oh, isn't that weird? I think I know what the problem is, but that's just weird. Yeah, they're not overlapped properly. Look at that. Huh. Who would have guessed? I'm okay if it shifts it a little bit. You know, the gutter doesn't have to be perfect. And remember, I also plan to glue them in, so I could glue them in first and then screw them in, then they can't shift. I'm really worried about that soffit not being strong enough to hold this much weight. What is that? Let's see, 4 inches by 3 inches. No. I would chip away that paint and use construction adhesive. You know, the tube stuff, the good stuff, like liquid nails. I don't think wood glue would be good enough for this. Yeah, wood glue would just. It'd probably be okay with wood glue, but that just screams bad news to me. Not liquid nails. Liquid nails is designed to be used exactly in that fashion. Liquid nails is wood glue hardens and becomes brittle, but it also wood glue is really made for wood on wood. Um, because wood glue is actually stronger than the wood itself. It actually goes into the wood grain. The problem is I'm gluing plastic to wood. So the wood glue would probably penetrate the MDF, but it's not going to penetrate the plastic. Also, wood glue is brittle. It hardens. It becomes hard. Construction adhesive cures, but it's never a solid, like a solid. It's more of a really stiff rubber. So it always has a tiny bit of give. So you're not going to crack it when you crush it. That'll actually help it. I don't know what PL400 is. I'm assuming that's a particular brand of glue. Oh, nope. I don't want to do that. I got to first shorten these because they be way too big. Okay. Now, let's also. Okay, let's get rid of that. Since I clearly don't need that. Um, yeah, it comes in a tube. It's like a caulk. Okay. There we go. Let's make this a little bit thicker. Just a little bit. There we go. Let's just do it like that. if I even need it. 4 screws might be enough to solve this problem. See? Now we have 4 screws at an angle. And I can put them in a little further now. So I can fully flush mount the screws. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, we don't want to use that. Hey, knocked an extra 2 grams off of it. And there we go. Looks like plenty of strength inside of there. I'm liking it so far. Okay. Let's do a preliminary close. I'll probably have to modify it, but in theory, I should be able to just scale it. That goes there. Okay. That's not a bad idea, except ASA is hard to get in different colors. I kind of like the idea of doing a little rainbow printing for it, though. I kind of dig that idea. That would actually be kind of fun. Okay, so how do I want to do this? Yeah, that'd be kind of fun. Okay, so I'm thinking that'd be kind of nifty. It would definitely be eye catching, that's for sure. There's no such thing as luck regarding an HOA. That was a mandatory requirement of mine. I would not. I turned down 2 houses because they were under HOA. I've already got one governmental entity telling me what I can do with my property. I don't need a second one. Well, it'd be eye catching, and then people go, "What's up with the gutters?" And I can go, "Oh yeah, those are 3D printed." That actually be that's a good idea. I like that. I like that a lot. So we want it to be 4.2 millimeters thick. Now, is that how tall the gutter is, or does this have to go down more? I'm not sure. This is 30, right? 40. Well, my nearest neighbors can't see the color of my gutter hangers unless they're on my property. I mean, the one neighbor's, 250 feet that way, and the other neighbor's 450 feet that way. So the only way they're seeing the color of my gutter hangers is with a pair of binoculars. So I don't think they're going to care. Like, whatever floats your boat, dude. I don't think they're going to care. Okay. That's the bridge. There you go. The idea is the gutter would fit inside of that. Now, obviously, I'm going to have to edit this based on what we actually discover when I have the piece of gutter in my hands. But there it is. Now, the only problem is I've now blocked my holes. I've now blocked my holes. Although it's a lot easier to put holes in that, I guess. Although these are far enough to the side that maybe I can get to it from the side. Or just not have this be totally flat all the way across. That doesn't need to be that thick. Well, making it all in one's easier. Making a clip is a whole lot harder. I can do that. If I have to do that, I will do that. But making a clip is a whole lot harder. See, if I just do something like this, well, do it right is doing it in one piece. To me, that's the right way. And part of the elegance of 3D printing is being able to absolutely customize something like this. To me, that's kind of the whole point of 3D printing. Is that I don't have to take the easy way and make it a two-piece clip. I can do the work to make something very cool and interesting, to do it what I consider the right way, because 3D printing allows me to do that. So to me, making a clip, that's the lazy way. Sure, I can just make a clip. That's the lazy way out. I don't want to take the lazy way out. I want to take the challenging way out. I am willing to bet that that will be more than enough to allow the screwdriver to get in there. I was thinking of that, Cruz. I was thinking of putting a hole in here specifically so I can do other things. No. Um, First of all, only the bottom quarter inch of this gutter is ever going to have any water in it, except maybe in the wintertime. Second, I'm not putting any screws through the gutter at all. I screw this into the building first and then slide the gutter into these brackets. That's it. So this will screw into the house and become part of the house, and then I just slide the gutter in. Probably have to print a modified version of this for the joiner between two gutter pieces. And also print end caps, downspout screws. See, that still does not look elegant. That looks kludgy. I mean, it's not horrible, but it's not great. Well, first thing, I got to fix that one. That's wrong. There we go. No, I'm going to be on a ladder. I know, I agree, but again, I'm 3D printing it, so I have the luxury of, making it to the umpteenth degree because I only have to do it once. And I think I can get rid of more of this too. And oh no, I realized I don't need anything for hanging stuff off the gutters because this is hollow. Do it. Somebody else said that do it in rainbow colors. So do everyone in a different color, or at least 3 in a color, or 5 in a color, however many I can make on one roll of filament. Hey Timothy. But yeah, I definitely want to alternate colors. I could also do New Mexico colors. So I could do red, yellow, turquoise. That tends to be Southwest colors, red, yellow, turquoise. I don't need to. It's already built in. There's going to be holes throughout the whole thing. Wait until you see it. This is going to be cool. This is turning out to be fun. We are at number 10. It's all hollow. Wait, you'll see what I mean in just a second. It's all hollow. I just run the lights right through it. Good idea. That is something. Oh, of course. Of course. I got this extra crap in here. Yeah, that's more than strong enough. And it's 3 layers thick, and that ain't going anywhere. I don't like the start and end point being there, though. Actually, I wonder if it'd be better to put a hole in it so that the top and bottom will be closed. That would make it stronger. No, I didn't do a live stream last week. I didn't even post a video last week. I recorded the whole video, didn't have the new microphone plugged in, and I was like, I'm not re-recording the whole thing. I just went back to bed. Okay, I'm liking this. This is looking pretty good. 183 grams. I'm okay with the weight. The holes look good. And I could just run my string lights right through the hole here. I won't want to put them out here. I'd put them under here. But yeah, I could just run the string lights right through there. I'm liking it. Yeah, I can get access to those holes. See? Yep. It's not the greatest access, but it's there. I could make it wider. Ooh, UFO festival, huh? Oh, what the hell is that? That's not attached. I gotta fix that. See how it's not attached here? I know what that is. So what I need to do here is take this and this, join it, shrink it. That will increase my angle, the angle of the dangle. Bring that down here. Control D. Stretch. No, wait a minute. Control D. Come on. Bring you down here like that. And then take you and stretch you across the two like that. The fuck? Wow. Oh, the one erased the other. They erased each other. Didn't expect that. I gotta do that and then that. There we go. That's much better. How did that get shifted? How did that get shifted? I'll fix it later. But I do need to fix this. Let's hide this. I need to do that. This needs to be shifted. Let's scale it. There we go. It wasn't overlapping properly. So how did that get shifted? Control D. Okay. Control D. Not what I wanted you to do. Then we should be able to do this till they overlap. They're not even. Why aren't they even? That is so weird. I'm going to get rid of them. Something's wrong with those shapes. Did I rotate the wrong angle? It should be 30 degrees, right? That looks correct. Okay. I must have rotated it at some point. I must have done something goofy. Not too much. I do want to keep some of it. All right, that should do it. There we go. It did it again. It joined with other crap I didn't ask it to join with. You see that? You see it do that? Look at that. It keeps grabbing this goddamn thing. Why the hell does it keep grabbing that? Damn it, stop doing that. That's a nasty bug in Tinkercad that's so aggravating. Especially if you don't notice it. Oh, God, if you don't notice it, you're screwed. Gotta wait for it to do its thing. Ah. Come on, get with the program. I'll print one out tonight in Pet G and I'll take it with me to the Home Depot. What is taking so long? Come on, you cranky creature. Yeah. You download the STL, then re-import the STL. There, all the groupings are gone. I have a feeling I'm about to break my file. But I'm gonna try it. But sometimes it just hangs up. Been pretty reliable for me lately. That's happened like 3 times in all the time I can remember. But it does get a little wonky here and there. There we go. That's better. Oh, there is one more thing I wanted to do. Yes. What is your problem? Oh, I keep grabbing the wrong handle. The wintertime it freezes every night. Okay. Let's do this. We're gonna let us join everything except for this and this. Excuse me. Don't mess with me. Stop grabbing that motherfucking block. It's got to finish with grabbing that block. Let's join these two together. Then I can hide them. Not too worried about that. The no ice persists. It always melts during the day, and then freezes at night, and then melts during the day. Because it's very rare that it stays below freezing during the day. That's uncommon. Usually, it's 20 degrees at night, 10 degrees at night, but it's 50 or 60 during the day. That's why we'll get 15 inches of snow and it's gone by noon. We're making hangers for gutters. I was gonna 3D print the entire gutter until I found out just how cheap gutters are. I didn't realize they were that cheap. So you go away. We need to add this because we don't want it freezing on top of it. Okay. So we are 40. What is your problem? ASA or ABS? Either one. God, why would you do that? You're gonna make me bite you. It's gonna hurt. I bite hard. I bite very hard. Stop it. Seriously? You've already attached? God damn it. Go ahead, attach to that. Okay. Now it's behaving. All right, join you. Then join you. It's still grabbing it. Look at that. Why? It's got a hard on for that other piece. There we go. Now this has some real strength. And it's angled, so snow, ice, and water will fall off of it. And now that's a beef. That's actually strong. That ain't going nowhere. Okay. Let's see if I can smooth this out just because I can. I just don't like how icky it is. There we go. That'll clean up that surface nicely. It still didn't get it all, huh? Is that a gap? Like, what is that? Oh, it's a... That's weird. What the hell is this thing doing? Oh, I think it just froze up. So how did that happen? That's interesting. I mean, I can get rid of it, but screw it. It's at 1 millimeter again. There we go. Nice clean face. All right, let's see what that looks like printed. Does the audio still sound okay? Am I still good for audio? What the hell is that? Why would it do that? Why the hell would it do that? No solid diaphragm. Oh, merge. We don't want that. I'm surprised that didn't cause a problem earlier. There we go. That was weird. 185 grams, so this only added 2 grams. So I'm totally okay with that. Boy, that looks nice. Any weird quirks that shouldn't be there? No, everything looks okay. No support material. None. This is just printing flat. Now, my only concern is this bridge. Now, with a with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, I'd have no concerns about this bridge. This bridge is totally fine. However, with a with a 1.4 millimeter nozzle, it does not bridge well. So that could be a problem. Ooh, I hadn't thought of that. That could be an actual real problem. That might not bridge. It is doing all of them straight across, which is good. And support material is kind of hinky when you're printing with a nozzle this big. Support material is a pain in the ass. Under normal conditions, that although ABS might not be a problem. ABS is unusually smooth. That might actually print with ABS. I hate supports too. Oh, oh, that feels good. Huh. I think I'm just gonna try it, see what happens. Yeah, no shit. I got a hexagonal tessellation here. You know, I'm not the one who made it. You know, the slicer made it, but God forbid if that violates your trademark. Well, the bed adhesion is a zero problem. When you're squirting out a 1.4 millimeter thick extrusion, trust me, it's going to stick to the bed. What just flat out doesn't work with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle works just fine with a 1.4 millimeter nozzle. In fact, I want to increase my layer height. I'm already at 0.6. So we're putting at a 0.6 millimeter layer height. And this will print in 3 hours. I could probably print it in two. I'm liking it though. I'm liking what I'm seeing. I'm under 200 grams, so I can get 5, maybe 6 per roll. I don't even think I need the. I think I'm going to change the addition. Let's do it 10 millimeters and just do one. Yeah, it's plenty. Nothing is less than the thinnest portion is this right here, and that is 3 perimeters thick, which means that's that's 4.2 millimeters thick right there, and that is the thinnest part. So I don't think we have a problem with infill. I'd like to have no infill here, but you can't do that. You can't bridge infill. That would look pretty cool though. Having that open. But there's no easy way to do that. What do you guys think? Is there anything that I should add, I shouldn't add? Anything wrong? Anything stick out at you? Ow. Thanks a lot. I'm kind of liking the way it looks though. It's kind of nice looking. And it should be overkill for strength. I could probably I could probably shave this down to 100 grams. If I really, really wanted to, I could probably shave it down to 100 grams. This doesn't need to be this thick. I could probably use a little bit less infill. I could probably shave a little bit more off of this. You know what might be interesting is making this shape the same as this shape. Let's try that just as an alternative version, because that might actually look kind of cool. Yes. I was also thinking about getting around that by having multiple drain points. But yeah, I know I need to have an angle on it. It needs to be higher on one end than the other. Yeah, let's try that. I think that might look cool. So we take this, we take a big old box like this. If I make the if I oversize the mount by enough, it should just slip right in. I'll provide lube. What do you think? Let's just do it and see what it looks like. Let's just see what that looks like sliced. That don't look bad either. That actually kind of looks nice. I gotta clean that up a little bit, but it doesn't save me much plastic. It only takes 20 grams off. So it doesn't save as much plastic as I thought. You what? What I mean, the idea is that this shape here matches this shape here. Yeah, I kind of like that too, because it now that I think about it, when you take, this shape and this shape and put them together, it's very obviously a different shape. But when they're both the same shape, that kind of has a flow to it that I kind of like. What I'm thinking though is make this bottom a little thicker. Make it a curve instead of a triangle. I can do that. Now let's add a little bit more thickness to that bottom. That's easy enough to fix. Same as the cutout above. No, I want to keep this longer. I want this length for force distribution. I guess I mean, that is pretty tall. Maybe I don't need it. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Oh, that's weird. I could just do that. What do you think of that? Hey, Guido. Yeah, I kind of like this shape. It's kind of neat. The way it jives with the shape of the gutter. It's kind of got a good jive going for it. I think this section here is wrong, but I won't know until I have the gutter. I think that is wrong. We'll see. Yeah. Well, that's the cool thing. With this flat face here, I can put whatever I want there. I was even thinking, I don't know, I was thinking about putting a oh, I keep doing that over and over again because I'm used to Tinkercad. I was thinking about putting a magnet in here so I could put decorations on there, but it'd be easier just to put a screw through it so it doesn't blow off. But yeah, having little gargoyle heads on there, Marvin heads. Maybe a different one on each one. A Cali Cat on one, a Benchy on one, a Marvin on one. Oh man. Yeah. Some penises. Yeah, exactly. Just glue them right on there. I'm kind of liking this. Yeah, I'm kind of liking the way this is coming out. I need to change the infill a little bit. I don't like this. 2 hours 44. So I could probably do it in 2 hours. It's 156 grams. The 156 is nice. So actually better would be how long? What, 52 meters? So 400 divided by 52. I can print 7 of them. Almost 8. Because I need 52 meters of plastic per. That's not bad. So if I can shave it, I could probably shave it down a tiny bit more and get it down to 8 per roll, and a $13 roll would put them at $1.62 each. Not bad. And it'd be custom, you know, it would look cool. So I could do these in different colors. I gotta see if I can get that gold from Filament One in they have a translucent gold that's really nice. Actually, I have a piece of, where is it? This they have this really nice semi-translucent gold. It's like gold Krugerrand from Paramount 3D, but in a little more earthy. And that would look pretty nice in this too. Yeah. Well, let's see. 2 hours at what 40 watts, maybe 50 watts. That's 100 watts. Um, so if I only print them at night or during the day, 11 divided by 5. 2.2 cents each. Well, I'm not selling them, so labor doesn't really matter. You know, I'm doing it for me. Most of the labor is right now. This is the labor, designing them. And to print them, just click print. If I were selling them, yeah. Well, if I were selling these, they'd probably be $5 or $6 a piece at least. And you're like, well, why? That's as much as the store-bought ones come. Yeah, but they're custom. That's the point. It wouldn't be practical to sell these. I could never compete with, mass production. But for making them for myself, not bad. Not bad at all. But that's why I said $5 or $6. I'm figuring $2.50, $3 each cost. You know, everything included. So double it, $6, $5, $6. I prefer tripling. You know, tripling would be nice. So it'd be nice to get them down to $2 and sell them for 6. But if they're 3, sell them for 9. But then that's a little hard sell. But then again, I can also do things like put initials in them. You're never gonna see them from the ground, but people would like that kind of crap. I wonder what it would take. I wonder. I'm curious. Now I'm curious. We're getting dangerous now. We're getting very dangerous now. I never tried to print a Marvin sideways. I don't know if that'll work. Let's see. I need to tip them over this way. I need to rotate them this way. Printing it with the pitch. No. Let's get rid of the keychain. That's just going to cause problems. And you'll never see it. Now we're just getting silly. Oh, I can't do no infill for the Marvin. That's gonna look weird. I'm gonna have to change the settings a little bit there. This might not work. Um, oh, it kind of works. That kind of sort of works, yeah. I mean, I think it's gonna be a little goofy on certain parts, but that might work. It's definitely recognizable as a Marvin. I mean, this edge right here is going to print a little funky, and this bottom circle here is going to print a little funky, but that kind of works. I got to sink them in a little more. I got to get that all the way in. Up here is fine, but down here is not going to work unless I add a little tiny divot here and then snip it off later, or just leave it. It's not like you'll ever notice it. That's... Yeah, exactly. Just build in a little bit of little triangle of support. Just build it right into the model and leave it there. That's kind of cool. That's actually kind of interesting. Although I guess I should put them down here so you can actually see them. Because that's going to be on the top side. You'd probably want them down here. But I also don't want to mess up this nice little shape here. It's kind of cool looking. This is kind of my face to put stuff on. I bet you they do. But I would have to print gargoyles as a separate piece, because you're never going to get that kind of fine detail with a 1.4 millimeter nozzle. Marvin works because I scaled him up a little bit and because he's a pretty basic shape. But yeah, here's a bunch of different gargoyles. Not really. Supports and 1.4 millimeter nozzles on tiny details doesn't work. It'd be a whole lot easier just to. I'll show you. I'll show you how easy this is to fix. .8. There. There. Just let me fix that properly. 0. $40. Yeah, that's to make it super strong and super fast. And there. It's built in, and you're never going to see that from 15 feet down on the ground. Now that shouldn't be a problem printing that. Okay, now I need a Zia, since I live in New Mexico. There we go. Download. Time. I just have invested the time into it. Okay. Oh, it's too big. Resize. It doesn't need to be that big. 400. Um, there is a bit of a learning curve. I know it's not that bad. It's just I do need to learn it. Like I told them earlier, my big the way they've been changing crap in Fusion, I just keep having this. I'm gonna learn Fusion, and then they're gonna make it not free, and then I'm gonna be pissed off at spending 30 hours learning that shit. But I do need to learn something better than this. There we go. There we go. That is the symbol for Solid. I was actually thinking about SolidWorks because they're not likely to F things up anytime soon. And the hobbyist version is only $50 a year. $50 a year is not freaking bad. There. And there is the New Mexico one. The question is, will little details like that print okay? I might have to go down to 0.4 millimeter layer height. Otherwise, that might just not print right. I like how that Marvin came out. That looks kind of cool. I kind of like the Marvin. What? You son of a bitch! It grabbed that fucking piece again. You jackass. You scum-sucking skank. Look at that. It's got a freaking hard-on for that damn thing. SolidWorks is better. Yeah, export. My shoulder's killing me today. Okay. Yeah. Bite me. Yeah, all the details are gone. But that's something I'd be better off like resin printing and then gluing it on. Yeah, those details are just too fine for a nozzle that big. You know what would be interesting? It's probably too big. No. 158 by 137. That's small enough. Is there any way to save that as an STL? Because I could resin print this too. It'd be expensive as fuck. But I could resin print that and print it fast. That would be a very fast resin print, only being 40 millimeters tall. I gotta find out what the deflection temperature of Tenacious is, though. But is there any way to... That's the problem I have with Fusion. It's not fucking intuitive. That's my whole problem with Fusion. It's so not intuitive. I mean, I learn how to do something. Okay, great. I know how to do it. Next week, I forgot how I did it, and I got to relearn it again. uh, yes, this is outside. That's why I'm going to be printing with ABS and ASA. Gutter hangers. It is for hanging up gutters. Now that's an interesting design. Yeah, good point. So they'd all have to be painted parts. That's actually a pretty cool design right there. Use a whole lot less material. Huh. That's not a bad design either. It looks like it's already got built in for brush guard too. Keep debris out, like leaves and stuff. That also wouldn't be a very hard design to copy. Huh. I keep trying to rotate it like I'm in Tinkercad. I keep clicking on it like, why can't I rotate this freaking part? Because it's a picture, you moron. Well, I would design it to be multi-screw like mine, but I'm saying this design of hanging the gutter, so the back half of the gutter would hang off of this, and the front half would hang off of this. The problem is this isn't designed that way. So this front portion would work, but the back portion wouldn't. It would have to be shaped. The gutter would have to be shaped for that design. But it would use a hell of a lot less material. See how that front part would slide into here? And that back part would have to wrap around here. So it would hang from here and here. And what I would do is I would have a screw here, a screw here, a screw here, and a screw here. I would make it 4 screw just like I'm doing now. But I would have no easy way of shaping the gutter to match that shape. I mean, theoretically, I could 3D print a roller thingy to put on the gutter and give it that shape. Theoretically, I could do that, but that's a lot of work, and you destroy an $11 piece of gutter if you get it wrong. That's kind of cool, though. I like that design. My hex infill pattern would be in here. So my hex infill would be on top instead of on the bottom. Now, the other way I could do this design, I'm not sure how strong it would be. I could get rid of this part here and have the gutter come up in between this layer and this layer. So you'd put 3 screws in here to screw this into the building, and then your 4th screw would go in here and penetrate through the gutter, and that would hold the back half of the gutter in, and the front half would be held in by the clip. Theoretically, that would work. I mean, it's doable. Hmm. Interesting. I mean, this would be so much easier. I'm concerned that that single screw would not hold on that soffit. My fear is that screw would not hold. I just don't know if that's not enough material. For rain, plenty. My concern is the snow. Huh. And that creates another problem too, because if that's ventilation, does anybody know what this looks like underneath here? Like, if I wanted to move this ventilation out 6 inches, is that even remotely feasible? Because one of the things I want to do is, I think it's metal. I'm pretty sure I felt this before. I think it's metal. Whatever this is, I think it's made of metal. This is just that MDF hardy board, press board. I think that's what it is, press board. I think this is just press board. I think this is metal. Hmm. I hope it's not cardboard. That would suck. No, there's no way it would last 40 years if it was cardboard. No way. I was about 40 years old, so 30 years old. 30 to 40 years. We think it's an early 90s. Hmm. I don't know. All right. I think we're done for today. If you guys have any ideas for other things you'd like to see me put on here, um, just remember it has to be a pretty low resolution shape, like Marvin's pretty low resolution, because I'm going to be printing it with a big fat nozzle, so it needs to be a reasonably low resolution shape. Super fine. Even this is a simple shape, but it's not a low resolution shape. I might be able to increase the size of this and make it big enough to be printable. I am not sure. So, maybe I can make this big enough. But send me an email or messenger, especially if you have a link to the file. Hey, that worked. Just enough resolution, just barely. I'll probably custom make one and I'll fatten up these lines a little bit to make it a little bit more printable. But yeah, send me ideas of what you'd like to see me put on these things. And if it's feasible, I'll try it. Like the benchy, I probably can't build the benchy into the print. The benchy's not going to print sideways. So I'll do is I'll slice a chunk of a benchy, print it on a regular printer, and then glue it on. But yeah, we'll do the Cali Cat. We'll print out a Cali Cat and stick it on here, a benchy and stick it on here, a Marvin and stick it on here. But send me ideas of what you'd like to see me put on here. And because I got nothing to lose. I'll print it out, and I can even use PLA. Just use high level of infill. If you got a 3D scan of your face, DeWitt, send it, and I'll put it on here. Yeah, we can do a happy face. We could do the American one finger salute. We can do all kinds of stuff. Because I got 76 feet, which means I'll have 76 of them on each side of the house eventually. Because I'll probably do one every 12 inches just to be safe. Probably overkill. I probably don't need to be that overkill with it, but that's roughly what 150. That's roughly 150 different ones we could do. So, oh yeah, we could put the U.S. flag on one, a Canadian flag on one, a New Mexico flag on one, if it'll fit. I don't know. Something else we could do if any of you guys have a UV printer, that you can make prints that will survive in the UV, survive in the sun. If you have one of those printers that's capable of that, maybe we can get like, a little metal like plaque, like a little, 3-inch by 3-inch metal plaque that we could print designs on. So for things that are not 3-dimensional, for things that are 2-dimensional, like a Canadian flag, we can put a little metal placard on there, and then I would need somebody who could print it. Wait till we have a whole bunch of them. I'll buy like 50 of them off Amazon. Here, I'll show you what I mean. Here we go. There you go. There's ones without the this kind of thing. Just gotta find them without the round ones and without the holes, like this kind of stuff. Little metal plates, and people can get them printed. And I can stick them down here on this bottom part. Put a little thing there. So if you want your state flag on there, or if you want your face on there, or whatever, I don't give a shit. We could do wacky shit like that if you want. Or right down here at the bottom, just have it hang right off the bottom. But there's all kinds of weird, wacky shit we can do with this. Yeah, I'm surprised how well that Marvin came out. That's really cool. That Marvin turned out neat. Yeah, I wanted to go to Arizona, but I just couldn't afford it. Oh, the closest I could get was there's a place south of Tucson. I couldn't live in Tucson, but it's right on the border. Where is it? I'll know the name as soon as I see it. Why don't I see it? Sierra Vista. Um, there were houses in Sierra Vista that were almost within my price range, but Arizona's actually got a pretty high cost of living. But the problem is there's just nothing there in Sierra Vista. It's a very empty place. Did they even have a Walmart? Well, they got a Home Depot, so they probably have a Walmart. Yeah, they do have a Walmart. Boy, everything would have been closer, man. Solid waste station right there, and Home Depot and Walmart right there, and but it was very hard to find a place I could afford there. Any closer to Tucson, forget it. Price skyrocketed real fast. But man, there's one thing I loved about one of the reasons I wanted to live near Tucson was the sunsets. Tucson has the absolute best sunsets ever. Nothing can touch it. I've never seen prettier sunsets, and it's fucking evil because every night the sunset got better and better, and it's like, by the fifth night I got tired of going, holy shit, it's even better than last night. Oh my god, the sunsets in Tucson were amazing. So beautiful. Absolutely beautiful place to live. I would love to live in Tucson. I wouldn't want to live in Phoenix. Phoenix is fucking hot. But Tucson's not too bad. Tucson's slightly higher elevation, like Edgewood is. Not quite as high. I think it's 4,500 feet. But yeah, I would love to have lived in Tucson, but just couldn't afford it. All right, I will see you guys later. I'm gonna probably print out a couple of PLA or PETG samples of this just to dick around with it and tweak the settings, make sure it works, and then next time I'll wait until the next time I go into Albuquerque with my sister. I don't want to blow $20 in gas just to go get some gutters. So I'll wait till the next time she has an appointment in Albuquerque, and then we'll grab some. And I think they only have 3 pieces. Actually, they have none of this one. Do any of the other ones have it? No, none of them do. That's too bad. I actually want the white one. They have the silver one. I wonder if I can ask them to order it. I mean, silver's okay, but I'd rather have the white enamel coated. They have 9 of them in stock. The end caps are only $248, so I might just buy the end caps. All right, absolutely, DeWitt. Yeah, if I ever see your stream on, I load it up and just let it run. If I notice it, I load it and let it run. I will see you guys later. You guys have a great day. Thank you very much for joining in on my stream.